Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sri Giriraj Govardhan ki jai. We welcome everyone to the third day of the Govardhana Retreat 2022 online. I hope that all of you are becoming immersed in the spirit of Vrindavan and in the churning that is being instigated by the various lectures. Today, all our three presenters, Sachinandan Maharaj, Purajan Prabhu, and Jagatarini Mataji, will continue with their respective topics. Today is also a special day because right now we will be looking at some images from Govardhan. But then for the rest of the day, we will be in another place. We will be near Nandagram in Terkadamba. That's where we will spend the rest of the day. Terkadamba is a place very central and sacred to all Gaudiya Vaishnavas because it is the place of the bhajan, it's a place of bhajan of Srila Rupa Goswami, whom Srila Prabhupada defines as the person who is actually commending the Hare Krishna movement. So going to that place is always a source of happiness. For now, let us have some images of Govardhan. The video which we are going to see is entitled Fortunate Inhabitants of Govardhan. And you will find out who are the many fortunate inhabitants of Govardhan.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Radhe Shyama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Radhe Shyam 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Radhe Shyam 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 Radhe Shyam.
Well, we can only thank the devotees who have been filming at Govardhan for capturing all these amazing images of the residents of Govardhan. Buddhism Prabhu has reached us. He will now begin his presentation for today. Yesterday we spoke of, we heard how Sanatan Goswami journeyed to Jagannath Puri and contacted skin disease as he passed through the forest of Jarikhand, and how his exchanges with Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became very special due to that. Let us hear from Burjan Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Pastaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Tanamane. Namaste Saraswati Devi, Gauravani Pacharane, Nivasesha Sunyavadi Prashkatya Desatara. Om Aganataminandasya Janajana Salakaya, Chaksus Militan Zena Tasmai, Sri Gurave Namah. Sri Chaitanya Manovistam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Sayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Sa Pandantikam Vansa Kalpa Truvascha Kripa Sindhu Bhayabacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Hare Krishna. Sanatana Goswami, as we heard yesterday, he journeyed with a deep desire to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He journeyed to Jagannath Puri. He had been away from Mahaprabhu for 1 whole year. And while going through Jagannath Puri, while going through the Jarikanda forest, he drank some pani dosh, some water that was problematic, and it was diseased, and he caught a skin disease. And thinking that, what is the use of my life? I'm not able to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I'm not able to see Lord Jagannath. And if I see the pujaris and they touch me, then this will be a great offense. What is the use of my life? And he planned to commit suicide in Jagannath Puri, under the wheel of a chariot, and in the presence of Mahaprabhu. And in that way, I'm getting too much attention over here. This is really too bright. Could you get rid of that, please? Thank you. I think so. So upon arriving in Jagannath Puri, he went to the place of Haridas Thakur, and he met Mahaprabhu there, and Mahaprabhu immediately embraced him. And this caused Sanatana Goswami so much anxiety because his body was covered with sores that were weeping, that had blood coming from them. His body was covered by this. They were itching, and it was terrible for him. So they spoke, Mahaprabhu and he spoke, and Mahaprabhu told him about that his brother Anupam had left this world, and they glorified Anupam. They glorified him for his fixedness in devotional service. And then, could you please stop? And then Mahaprabhu left, and the next time Mahaprabhu came, after a few days, he mentioned that Sanatana Goswami should not at all commit suicide. He should not do that. And he explained that although one may feel separation from Krishna, and this is such an advanced state, one may feel separation from Krishna. One may feel that one's life has no value because one cannot be with Krishna. Still, because suicide is ignorant, it's sinful, it's passionate. One may feel like it, but one never will do that because it will not be pleasing to Krishna. Krishna will not award death to such a person. So Mahaprabhu, in this way, explained to Sanatana Goswami what the actual process was of attaining Krishna. It wasn't by something like suicide, but rather one should chant, one should hear about Krishna, one should chant free from offenses, and in that way, one could attain Krishna. And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu changed his mood slightly and said, you are trying to give up your body, but it is not your body anymore. You've surrendered yourself, your body to Krishna already, to me. You've given yourself over to me to be used in my service. And now you are taking it away? You want to do something with it? You are dealing with the property of another? You have given your body to me already. You are dealing with the property of another as if it was yours? So this isn't proper. And then Sanatana Goswami replied, how, oh my Lord, what is the use of maintaining this body? There's no value in it. Why keep me alive? And then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu explained, and this was the last thing that we read yesterday, that your body, he was speaking to Sanatan, is my principal instrument for executing many necessary functions. And by your body, I shall carry out many tasks. And then he began to explain what he wanted to do through Sanatana Goswami. He said, Bhakta Bhakti Krishna Prema Tadveda Nidhara. You have to ascertain what is a devotee, what is bhakti, his devotional service, and what is Krishna Prema, these tattvas, these truths. I want to do through you, and not in this verse, but in other verses. Mahaprabhu and others, it seems to be the common way of speaking, they use the term dwara. Dwara means gate. I want to walk, you are the gate by which I will do something. I will enact my many, many activities through the gate of you. And he continued, Vaishnavera Kritya, the activities of a Vaishnava or a Vaishnava Achar. What are the proper activities of a Vaishnava? And also, how does a Vaishnava behave? I want to show this through you, and I want to show it through Shastra, and we shall find out very soon through the practical example that you are showing. Mahaprabhu continues, Krishna Bhakti, Krishna Prema, Seva Pravartana. You will also have to explain Krishna's devotional service, establish centers for the cultivation of love of Krishna, Krishna Prema Seva Pravartana. You have to establish that. Lupta Tirtha Udara. You have to make visible the hidden tirthas of Brindavan. Vairagya Shikshana. You should also show people how to adopt the renounced order of life. You set the perfect example of a renunciant. And there is Sanatana Goswami, who's covered with sores, itching, oozing, bloody sores. And Mahaprabhu has embraced him. And the oozing fluid from his body is touching and covering the body of Mahaprabhu. And this is intolerable, painful for Sanatana Goswami. And he's asking Sanatana Goswami to do all these things. He's in this condition. It's unimaginable. And I'm supposed to, Sanatana Goswami is thinking, I'm supposed to establish Vaishnava Achar, the behavior of a Vaishnava. And look what I'm doing. I'm committing so many offenses to you, the Supreme Lord, touching your body with his bloody, oozing, weeping sores. Sanatana Goswami felt himself bewildered by this. And then Mahaprabhu said something else. He said, Nija Priya Stana More. My very dear Stana, my very dear place called Mathura Vrindavan, Tahan Eta Dharma Charite Pracharan. Prabhupada's translation is Mathura Vrindavan is my own very dear abode. I want to do many things there. I want to do many things there to preach Krishna consciousness. Now please listen to Srila Prabhupada's purport here. We'll read just some of it. In much of the purport, in the beginning purports of his purport, he explains all the different things that Sanatana Goswami actually ended up doing. And this will be explained at the end of the chapter and in the following chapter as well. And it was previously explained in the beginning of Madhya Lila, all the books that Sanatana Goswami wrote. And he wrote 3 most important books the Vaishnava Toshani, Brihad Vaishnava Toshani, or the Dasama Tippani, his commentary on the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam, and he also wrote the Brihad Bhagavatam Rita, and these are the books that establish exactly what Mahaprabhu had said, I want to do through you. And then Mahaprabhu also said the achar and kritya of a Vaishnava, I want to establish through you. And this was actually the Hari Bhakti Vilas. Now pay special attention at this point to the Hari Bhakti Vilas, and keep in mind this picture of Sanatana Goswami in this state of disease with his weeping sores and the oozing bloody sores itching on his body. But before you think of that very deeply, but listen to what Prabhupada says here in his purport. I want to do many things there to preach Krishna consciousness, there meaning in Vrindavan. He says, the principal mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was to preach Krishna consciousness. Mathura and Vrindavan are the abodes of Lord Krishna. Therefore, these two places are very dear to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. These two places, Mathura and Vrindavan, are the abodes of Krishna and are therefore very dear to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, Prabhupada continues, these two places being very dear to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that he wanted to develop their glories through Sanatana Goswami. Prabhupada says that Mahaprabhu wanted to develop the glories of Vrindavan through Sanatana Goswami. And perhaps we will have some little service to Srila Prabhupada and Sanatana Goswami and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu if we are very fortunate in that regard. Then Mahaprabhu continued. He said, by the order of my mother, I am sitting here in Jagannath Puri because Mahaprabhu and the devotees and Thakur Haridas and Sanatan was sitting in Jagannath Puri because, as explained in Madhya Lila 3, Sachimata had ordered Mahaprabhu to stay there. It was her desire that he stay in Jagannath Puri. And he said, I cannot go to Mathura and Vrindavan to teach people how to live there according to religious principles. I have to do all this work through your body. I want you to be the dwara, the gate by which these services become performed. And you, on the other hand, want to give up your body. How can I tolerate this, Mahaprabhu says. And now draw up the picture of Sanatana Goswami, covered with those sores, weeping, oozing blood and fluids. And he said to Mahaprabhu, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you, but no one can understand the idea, the deep ideas you plan within your heart. He could not conceive of what was going to happen. A wooden doll, he says, chants and dances according to the direction of a magician. But he does not know how he is dancing. He does not know how he is singing. My dear Lord, you can cause as you cause one to dance, he dances accordingly. But how he dances and who is causing him to dance, he does not know. He was experiencing himself because of Mahaprabhu's words within the Leela of Mahaprabhu, but he did not know what was going to happen. He was being manipulated like a marionette, like Karputli, Putalnach. The strings were being pulled by Mahaprabhu he was experiencing, and he knew he was dancing, but he did not know exactly what was going on or what the purpose of this Leela was going to be. And this reminded me so much, this mood of Mahaprabhu about dancing, and Mahaprabhu, the mood of Sanatana Goswami is that I'm being caused to dance right now, but I don't know what the dance exactly is. But you are doing this through me. And listen to Prabhupada's prayer. When he arrived when he himself arrived in the Makane Bhagavata Dharma, when he himself arrived in the shores of the United States, he said, "O spiritual master of the world," he was speaking to his Lord, "you have brought me here. I can simply repeat your message. You have brought me here to speak about you. Now, my Lord, it is up to you to make me a success or a failure, as you like." He was on the boat, the Jaladuta, and he said, "O spiritual master of the worlds, I can simply repeat your message. You've given me this instruction, and I will do that. But if you like, you can make my power of speaking suitable for their understanding. Only by your causeless mercy will my words become pure. I am sure that when this transcendental message penetrates their heart, they will certainly feel gladdened and thus become liberated from all unhappy conditions of life. Oh Lord, I am just like a puppet in your hands. So if you have brought me here to dance, nacho, Prabhu, nacho se mate. If you have brought me here to dance, then make me dance. Make me dance. Oh Lord, make me dance as you like. I have no devotion, Prabhupada said, nor do I have any knowledge, but I have strong faith in the holy name of Krishna. I have been designated as Bhaktivedanta, and now, as you like, you can fulfill the real purport of Bhaktivedanta. Make me dance, O Lord, make me dance. Sanatana Goswami said, "My Lord, as you cause one to dance, he will dance accordingly, but how he dances and who is causing him to dance, he does not know." And Prabhupada, while aboard the Jaladuta, before even landing in the United States of America, he could not imagine how Krishna was going to make him dance, and and the dware, that he was going to be a gate for such an amazing occurrence throughout the world, the beginning of the Hare Krishna movement, the fulfillment of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's prophecy. But he didn't know that when he was on the boat and praying to the Lord to make him dance as he liked. So when Prabhupada first translated the Hare Krishna Mahamantra for us, he translated it in a very simple way, but a very profound way. "Oh Lord, please accept me. Please accept me. Please accept my service. Please allow me to serve you," which is a similar prayer. How can I serve you? Please, please make me dance as you like. And in this great drama that we're watching through our ears about Sanatana Goswami, Mahaprabhu then turns to Haridas. And this is a lesson that I often give in how to do Brijbasi politics. He turned to Haridas. Sanatana is over here, Haridas is over here. He turns to Haridas and says, "Haridas, my dear Haridas, please listen to me." He's talking to Haridas. This gentleman over here, this gentleman wants to destroy another's property. One who is entrusted with another's property. And the art of doing this Brijbasi type of politics is you look at the person you're talking to and you never look at the person that you're pointing to. This person he's entrusted with another's property. His body is my property, and he wants to use it for his own purpose. Therefore, tell him to not do such an unlawful thing. So in the middle of this sweetness, that and Sanatana Goswami must be, at this time he must be with his head down. Haridas replies, we are falsely proud of our capabilities. Actually, we cannot understand your deep intention. We cannot understand the plan that you want to unfold within us. Unless you inform us, we cannot understand what your purpose is or what you want to do through whom. My dear sir, since you, a great personality, have accepted Sanatana Goswami, and here's the point that Haridas wants to make. You have said that you want to use Sanatan, that Sanatan has given himself to you, and he's so qualified. You want to use him in your service. He is greatly fortunate, and no one can be as fortunate as he. Then Mahaprabhu embraced both Haridas and Sanatan, and he got up and he left to perform his noon duties. And Haridas just looked at Sanatan and said, he embraced Sanatan and said, no one can find the limits of your good fortune. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has accepted your body as his own property. You are being like, he's saying you're like his hand. He's going to do something, just like one uses his own hand to fulfill his own desires. He's going to use your body. You are so fortunate. Because to be used in the service of the Lord, it gives a living entity. This is what we are made for. This is what we are made of. And Mahaprabhu has accepted your body as his property. And there is Sanatan with his sores oozing. Therefore, Haridas said, no one can equal you in good fortune. What Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu cannot do with his personal body, he wants to do through you, and he wants to do it in Mathura, in Vrindavan. And whatever the Supreme Personality of Godhead wants us to do will be successfully accomplished. Now, Haridas Thakur is speaking this to Sanatan, and he knows what it is to be empowered by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This has been described in the previous chapter, and actually in the two previous chapters in Antilila, in chapter 2 and chapter 3. Haridas is showing what it is to be empowered, and soon it will come out in the words of Sanatan. And this is the conclusion of what he says after hearing Mahaprabhu's words, what the Lord wants Sanatana Goswami to do. He says, I can understand from the words of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that he wants you to write books about the conclusive decision of devotional service. That's Brihad Bhagavatamrita is manifest. The Dware, he is the gate through which Brihad Bhagavatamrita is manifest, and about the regulative principles ascertained from the revealed scriptures. And here he says, Toma Dware, that you are the gate through which Mahaprabhu was going to do his work. His work for who? For the world. And then Haridas, seeing the fortune of Sanatana Goswami, looks at himself and says, I have the greatest misfortune. because although I've taken my birth in the land of Bharat, in the land of India, this body has been useless. And Srila Prabhupada in his purport, as when almost any circumstance comes up like this in any verse in the Bhagavatam or in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, he points to the people of India. He points to those who have taken their birth in the land of Bharat. And he says, I'll just read a little of his purport. And he explains why earlier, because everyone is born with certain sanskars, a certain understanding, a certain respect, a certain faith, a certain culture. So Prabhupada says, one who has taken his birth in the land of Bharata Bhumi, India, he should take full advantage of his birth. He should become completely well-versed in the knowledge of the Vedas and spiritual culture, and should distribute the experience. And please listen to the exact words Prabhupada uses here. He should distribute the experience of Krishna consciousness all over the world. And usually when Prabhupada explains to those who have taken their birth in India that they should preach, become qualified and preach, he says, distribute this knowledge all over the world. But here, the experience of Krishna consciousness. And why the experience? Because to distribute the experience, you have to carry it. And that was Prabhupada's own secret. He carried the experience of Braja with him. Braja means the love of Radha and Krishna that is specific in Vrindavan. He carried that with him. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when Advaita Acharya said, wherever you are is Vrindavan, the heart, the consciousness was carrying it. And that is the request, that purity of devotional service that is so selfless and so unique to the residents of Vrindavan. This is the request of Srila Prabhupada and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to the people who have taken their birth in India. That is very weighty. So when Haridas said, I'm so unfortunate, I cannot do any service, Sanatana Goswami said, oh Haridas, who is equal to you? You are one of the associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Therefore, you, not me, is most fortunate. And then he said, the mission. Now, this has double meanings. This has double meaning. The mission, the first meaning is the obvious one, and it's glorification of Thakur Haridas. The mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, for which he has descended as an incarnation, as the Yuga avatar, is to spread the importance of chanting the holy name of the Lord. Now, instead of personally doing so, he is spreading it through you, Haridas. Daily, my dear sir, Prabhupada says so politely, you are chanting the holy name 300,000 times, 3 lakhs of holy names daily, and informing everyone of the importance of such chanting. So in the previous chapter, in chapter 3 of Antilila and in Chaitanya Bhagavat, so much is explained about Haridas's preaching and his example. But then these 2 next verses apply to Haridas, but they also look into the future, very near future, and also the past and the present of Sanatana Goswami himself. And although the words are coming from the mouth of Sanatana Goswami about Thakur Haridas, and they are certainly true about Thakur Haridas, they will also prove completely true about Sanatana Goswami. So the verse is coming up here. Apane achare keha nokori prachar. And that means that some people, they act properly, but they do not preach. And prachara karena kaha, and there's others who preach but do not act properly. They do not behave properly. And go to the next Bengali, please. But you, dear Haridas, achara prachara, 2, you act properly and you preach properly. Namera kara dui kara. These 2 are one in you. To me, you, Haridas, Sarva Guru. You are the guru of the whole world. To me, Jagatira. You are by your behavior in preaching, you are the spiritual master of the entire world. You are the most advanced. You are Arya. You are the most advanced devotee in the world. And Prabhupada, in his purport, so I won't read the purport, even though it's so wonderful. And Prabhupada here explains how the devotees of his Krishna consciousness movement, even by chanting 16 rounds a day, minimum, he says, by the way, he doesn't say maximum rounds. And when I think of this, when I think of Prabhupada saying minimum, I always think of something that Satchidananda Maharaj shows. He says on one's Sakshimala, on one's counter beads, there are the 16 beads and then there are the 4. And he says a devotee thinking, what are those other 4 for? They're 64. So a minimum of 16 rounds. And he says without difficulty. And at the same time, they must preach the cult of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu according to the Bhagavad Gita, to the gospel of the Bhagavad Gita all over the world. And one who does so is quite fit to become a spiritual master for the entire world. So in this way, the 2 of them, Haridas and Sanatan, passed their time together. What did they do? We already heard what Mahaprabhu instructed them to do. They discussed subjects concerning Krishna. And thus, aswadana rahi ekasanda, in each other's association, they tasted the sweetness of Krishna Katha. Now, if this was a drama being performed on stage, the curtains would now close or the lights would go out and a new scene would begin. And here is the new scene. And remember some parts of that scene, the achar and prachar, and Sanatan with his body in the state that it is. So the new scene, the curtains open again. And during the time of Rath Yatra, all the devotees arrived from Bengal to visit the car festival, the Rath Yatra festival, as they had done previously. And when Sanatana Goswami saw the dancing of Mahaprabhu at the Rath Yatra, Deki Chamatkara Hoila Sanatana, his mind was astounded. Again, that word Chamatkara. So everyone who saw the dancing of Mahaprabhu saw something that was astounding. And this word is used again and again to describe that. Even when Raghunath Das Goswami later will see the dancing of Mahaprabhu at Rath Yatra. It's astounding when when Ballavacharya sees the dancing of Mahaprabhu. It's astounding when Rupa Goswami saw the dancing of Mahaprabhu. Who can imagine? I can't. What that dancing was like. It astounded the minds of these greatest souls. So the devotees from Bengal, they stayed for 4 months. And Sanatana Goswami had not met them. He had met a few of them when Mahaprabhu went to Ramakeli, but he had not met the great numbers that had come for the 4 months of the Chaturmasya and especially after the Rath Yatra festival. So this is described in Madhya Lila. All the devotees have coming time 17, 18 years again and again. So the verses name all the great devotees or some of the great devotees, but they're the most famous and wonderful of the great devotees. And how did Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu bring this group together with Sanatana Goswami? Please listen. and this is, you can also read along. Yata Yogya Karila Sabara Charana Vandan. He had Sanatana Goswami pay his obeisances to all the devotees in such a way, Yata Yogya, in such a way that was suitable to each of the individuals, because there was Advaitacharya, there was Nityananda Prabhu, there was Srivas Thakur, Vakesha Pandit, Vasudev Datta, Murari Gupta, Raghava Pandit. There were so many devotees, and of all of different positions and ages. So he very carefully introduced, this is Sanatana Goswami, please, you offer your obeisances to this one in this way, this one in this way. He had Sanatana Goswami take this lower, humble position. He introduced them, Sanatan, to the devotees in such a way that was suitable for all of them. And why did he do it in this way? Because of Sanatan's humble behavior in this way. He wanted to evoke the blessings of all the Vaishnavas on Sanatana Goswami. He was the Supreme Lord himself, and yet he wanted to evoke the blessings of the devotees on Sanatan. And what was the result of that? The next verse, Sadgune, because of Sanatan's Sadguna, his exalted qualities, his good qualities, and because of his panditya, his learning, all the devotees felt great affection. Priya, Sabara, all felt great affection for Sanatan. And what was the result of the affection? And this is when the devotees' hearts that are naturally soft, they melt and they become inclined to someone. This is what happens. As befitting for the individuals, the same words, Yata Yogya, they gave him mercy according to their position, kripa, maitre, or friendship, or Gaurava. They gave him Gaurava, or great honor, depending upon their relationship with him. The ones who are in a higher position, mercy, equal position, friendship, Gaurava. The younger ones who were in that position gave him honor. And this way, Sanatana Goswami, by the dancing of Mahaprabhu pulling the strings for him, he's showing what Vaishnava etiquette is. It is not superficial niceties. It has a purpose, a way of dealing that evokes blessings and affection from everyone, regardless of their position. So Mahaprabhu wanted Sanatana Goswami, as he said, to write a book on this. Now, the next verse describes how after 4 months, so this one point, out of all the 4 months where the devotees were in Bengal, Kaviraj Goswami chose to put in this one point to tell us something about Sanatana Goswami and his way of dealings and his good qualities. His way of dealings, his Vaishnava achar that were perfect. And therefore, he is going to be the one who Mahaprabhu uses as the gate, the dwara, to write the book on Vaishnava achar, the Hari Bhakti Vilas, because he had prachar and achar. Now here is a big scene in our drama, and it's going to reveal some secrets. The devotees from Bengal returned, and Sanatana Goswami observed the Doliatra ceremony with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then the month of June, May-June, Jyeshtamas, Prabhu, this arrived. And in this verse, it says, here is the test that was described in the first verse of this chapter of Chaitanya Charitamrita, of Antipur. Prabhu Tandre Pariksha Karila. He did his test. Now pay careful attention to what this test is for Sanatana Goswami. So in that month of May, June, Jaishta, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to the garden of Yameshwara Tota, Yameshwara, Lord Shiva's temple. And it's very close to the Tota Gopinath temple, another Tota, another garden. And he was accepting prasadam there at the request of the devotees. So Madhyana, this is text 117, Madhyana Bhiksha Kala, at the time of lunch, when the devotees would get their prasadam, beg their food, Sanatan was called for. And Prabhu Bolalai, knowing that Prabhu was calling him for prasadam, he experienced Ananda, great Badila, great Ananda, great happiness. His happiness increased because of the call. Now, please pay attention to the next verse very carefully. Madhyana Samudravalu. At this noontime, middle of the day, the sand, Samudravalu, the sand by the ocean, Agni Sama, was the same as Agni, it was so hot. And that was the path. Se Pate Sanatan Karila Gamana, that is the path that Sanatana Goswami went, even though it was the same as fire. Please go to the next verse in the Bengali. And then, Sanatana went by that path. And thinking all the time, and please, here's a secret. Prabhu Bolanache, thinking that my Lord, my Prabhu, my Ishta Devata, my worshipable deity is calling me. His Anandaman, he felt such happiness in his mind, in his heart. Anandita, not happiness, but Ananda, ecstasy. And although Taptavalu, the heat of that sand was so great on his feet, Ta Nahijana, he didn't even notice it. He didn't even know about it. So what hint is coming through this? What hint is coming through this? Will come out very soon. Although the soles of his feet were blistered because of the heat, he nevertheless went to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. There he found that the Lord, having taken his lunch, was resting. Now remember what his consciousness was like during this time? While he was walking on the sand, he didn't even notice. Mahaprabhu had called him, and his mind was absorbed in the bliss of being called by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for service, prasadam seva. And he, as we find out, he's going to get the remnants of Mahaprabhu's prasadam. So, I'll make the point in a second that's almost bursting out of me. I won't give it to say it right now, but it's coming. Govinda gave Sanatan, so although the soles of his feet were blistered because of the heat, he nevertheless went to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and there he found that the Lord, having taken his lunch, was resting. Govinda gave Sanatana Goswami the plate with the remnants of Lord Chaitanya's food. And after taking the prasadam, Sanatana Goswami approached Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And when he came before Mahaprabhu, the Lord said, in almost perhaps a casual way, "Oh, Sanatana, you're here. It's very noontime now. How did you come? By which path did you come?" And Sanatana replied, "I have come on the path along the beach." Taptavalu. Agni Sama. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, how did you come along the beach where the sand is so hot? And then he asks a question. Why didn't you come by the path in front of the Singadwara gate? That path is very cool. Shitala. It is very cool. Now let us see a little bit of a map that will give us an idea of this particular issue. Now, over here, you can see right in the middle, here on the right-hand side on my screen, there's Siddhabakul, where Sanatana Goswami was staying. And it's very clear that if you walk to the beach area and walk along the beach, and of course, all these buildings weren't there at that time. This is a contemporary map. But here, coming to Yameshwar Toto, it's not the most direct way to come, even if he sort of took a shortcut, so to speak. But it's not direct, it's much further. And it's going along the beach, which has the hot sand. And if he would have gone this way, here is the Lord Jagannath temple, here is the Singadwara over here. If he had gone this way, and over this area over here, in between Yameshwar Tota, to this day, and the Jagannath temple, closer to the Jagannath temple on this path, this is the residence of the Brahmins. Even to this day, that's the Brahmin quarter, where the Brahmins all live. So the question that Mahaprabhu is asking, why did you come the longer way, which caused you so much difficulty due to the blistering hot sand, and why didn't you take the shorter way by the Singadwara? And now we can go on from that, because if you have gone that way, it's very cool. And then Mahaprabhu says, Kemane Korila Sahanu, how in the world did you tolerate the heat of the sand upon your feet? It must have blistered your souls. And Sanatana Goswami replied, I did not feel much pain, nor did I know that there were blisters because of the heat. Now there are two points that are mentioned here, really. He's going to explain why he traveled in that way. But first, let us think back on why he didn't experience the pain of the blistering hot sand. And the reason was that his mind was absorbed in thoughts of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and thinking of his fortune about being called by Mahaprabhu. Now, is there a relevance for us? Well, as we're going to hear that Sanatana Goswami, there was a point on Vaishnava etiquette, a reason of Vaishnava etiquette, why Sanatana Goswami didn't go that way. And that point, I'll read that and then bring the two points together that I'd like to make. I have no right, I didn't feel the blisters, the blistering heat. I had no right to pass by the Singadwara, to go that shorter way that was more convenient for me. Why? For the servants of Jagannath are always coming and going there. Tarasparshi hoila savanasa habe mora. If I touch them, they're always coming and going, and if I were to touch them, I shall be ruined. Because cleanliness is such an important part of being a pujari. And there is Sanatan with his body, covered with his sores, weeping, bloody. And Prabhupada speaks on this point about cleanliness. because the pujaris, they have to deal with the deity. They have to touch the deity. And if they're contaminated while they're touching the deity, this is a great offense. This is the Prabhupada had explained to us that the two principal points of pujari work are cleanliness and being on time, punctuality. But he didn't experience pain because he was absorbed in the bliss of service. And that service was an internal absorption. It wasn't just work. It wasn't, I am doing this. I'm internally absorbed in the mood of I'm going to do this to see my Lord. He has called me. My own Lord has called me. Now take this in a parallel way to the tests that we may experience as we attempt to perform some service for the Lord. It is never going to be perfectly easy, because if the universe is programmed to do anything, it's programmed to not make life easy. This is the material world, in case you haven't noticed it yet, in case you're like 4 years old or something like that and haven't noticed the very nature of the material world. It doesn't cooperate with our desires. It doesn't line up with our wishes, our plans. So how to deal with that, even when we're doing service for the Lord, and it's going to be according to our own fate, how difficulties come. Difficulties must come, but it's according to our own fate, as Krishna has, and our karma, or Krishna working through our karma, or whatever, or his desire has ordained. And here, Sanatana Goswami is giving a hint of the clue of how to go through our life and not experiencing that life is a life of devotional service, and not experiencing just that it's hard and it's painful and it's difficult. Because there are difficulties, just like the sand was hot, sama agni. But how to go through life and not focus on that is by having a very, very deep internal absorption in Krishna. And that does not come cheaply. It is easy to read it, maybe make a note in our book that from now on I'm going to be internally absorbed in thoughts of Krishna. But that means actually advancement, very deep advancement in Krishna consciousness. And this is the goal. We want to have the Chesta Rupa and the Bhava Rupa, both the internal activity in addition to the external activity. We chant and hear about Krishna, and we should try to align our consciousness and get to know Krishna and develop our relationship with Krishna. After all, we're trying to serve him and his representatives. We want to know why, or what is about them, either the representatives or now we're speaking specifically more about the Supreme Lord, that is so attractive, that is so wonderful, that causes every living entity to serve him. His beauty, his the way that he deals, his power, even his wealth, etc. Sadaiswarya Purna. But how does he deal? And watch this particular dealing with Sanatana Goswami and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and learn. But the point I wanted to make is that internal absorption is the ultimate key. Otherwise, if we try to perform austerities and just do everything that we're supposed to do just because we're supposed to do it by the power of our minds, our minds will fall short with their power. And therefore, when Mahaprabhu had, and how long will we last before we look to other places for our pleasure? How long will we last before we ameliorate our devotional service with other pleasures on other levels. And that is not anyabhilasita sunyam, and that will not award us the result that we actually want of Krishna prema, advanced Krishna consciousness. Internal absorption is really what we want to have our mind on. And Prabhupada said it even in a simple way when he talks about when we see the deity in the morning, when we see the deities, and some Mataji asked Satyananda Maharaj a question about that, about seeing the deities in the temple. But the point is that this is our meditation. It's supposed to be our meditation and our focus for the day, to make that much of a deep impression in our consciousness. But the pastime is not over with the answering of this question. So Sanatana Goswami has said to Mahaprabhu that I didn't go the easy way because I wanted to observe the etiquettes, the proper etiquettes. Because if I don't observe the etiquettes, I will be ruined, because I'll be committing offenses. And he's shown the proper way to act already with the devotees in Bengal on Mahaprabhu's instructions. And this one he understood also by the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then Mahaprabhu speaks. And these points are very important. Tatapi bhaktya swabhava marjada rakshana. It is the very nature, this is the second part of the verse, Tatapi bhakti. It is the very nature of a devotee to protect marjada, etiquettes. Giving up that, or the having been protected by Vaishnava etiquette is Sadhura Bhushan, is the decoration of a sadhu. So it's not superficial niceties at all. This is the sweet dealings amongst devotees in a way that softens the heart of the devotees, that they make friendship with us, they bless us, they honor us. This is Vaishnava dealings. And Sanatana Goswami is the perfect person to write the book on Vaishnava dealings. Look what Mahaprabhu was saying. He's not saying it's superficial, but it is the characteristic of a devotee to observe and protect Vaishnava etiquette. Maintenance of the Vaishnava etiquette is the ornament of a devotee. What does it mean when it says it's the ornament of a devotee? When someone puts on ornaments, they look more beautiful. When a devotee is ornamented with Vaishnava etiquette, then that increases the beauty of the devotee. Please go on. Now here in this next verse, which I'm not going to put on the screen, but Mahaprabhu says, if one transgresses, this is the other side, well, you should do it, he said, if one transgresses the laws of etiquette, people make fun of him, and thus he is vanquished in both this world and the next. But what does this mean in regard to Sanatana Goswami? He's been requested to write the book on Vaishnava etiquette. And he's shown that to follow the Vaishnava etiquettes may not be the easiest things, and one may have to perform austerity to do it. It may not be the most convenient thing. It may not be exactly to our liking. But to perform, to act in the way ornamented by Vaishnava etiquette, one has to act in this way, especially if one is going to write the book on Vaishnava etiquette. And Sanatana Goswami has shown what he said about Haridas Thakur. He's shown it in his own life, and he's therefore the guru in this regard. Haridas Thakur had brought together Achar and Prachar on the holy names, and Sanatana Goswami is being shown here by the mercy of Mahaprabhu, by the express book of Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami Maharaj to have the authority to write the book on Vaishnava etiquette, Hari Bhakti Vilas. And then Mahaprabhu says in text 132, Marjara Rakila, you have observed the etiquette, you have protected the etiquette. Tushta Koila Moraman, you have satisfied my mind. And this is why, if you could go back to the previous Bengali, and this is the pleasure of a devotee, why he does his service. There has to be someone that he's trying to satisfy and please. And putting the pleasure of another before our own pleasure is called bhakti. To please another is bhakti. And if it takes more austerity and it's not exactly the thing that we want to do and it's not exactly this and it's difficult and there's always austerities and there's problems when one's performing one's service or trying to act in a Vaishnava way, that is surmounted by internal absorption, knowing that Mahaprabhu, Guru, Srila Prabhupada, the disciplic line, Krishna, our Krishna, Balaram, Radha, Shyama Sundar, Radha, Gopinath, Gauranitai, that this will satisfy them. And that is the motivation for a devotee to act. And Sanatana Goswami is explaining it, and he is dancing, and Mahaprabhu is pulling the strings. And now, so in one sense, okay, who else could show this example but you? Who else could write, who could show the example, and who could write the book other than you? Please go on to the next verse. Well, not to the, just to no more verse right here. And then after saying this, one would think Sanatan has passed the test. The parikshita, as it says, is over, one may think, but it isn't, because there's something else that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wants to show about Sanatana Goswami. The first is that he is the person to write the book on Vaishnava etiquette, because he is the personification of Vaishnava etiquette. But yet there's more. And Mahaprabhu doesn't end things here. Rather, in the next text, which we can put up right now, Eta Bale, after saying this, that who else can show the example that you've shown, Mahaprabhu alingana koila. He embraces him. And clearly what is happening here, Tanyara Kandurasa, his anga, Sri Anga, the limbs of his body are covered by the oozing bloody sores, the liquid from the body of Sanatana Goswami. The test is not yet been completed. And Sanatana Goswami, please go on to the next. Just remove the verse, please. Although Sanatana Goswami repeatedly, he said, don't do this, nisheda, bara, again and again, nisheda. Please don't do this, please don't do this. Please don't embrace me, don't do this. He still did so. Thus, ange rasa lage, his body was smeared. Mahaprabhu's body was smeared by the itching, oozing kanduras, and Sanatan was filled with distress. And they were Yameshwar Toto, and that's this scene. The curtain closes on this scene, and Mahaprabhu goes to his home, and Sanatan goes back to Siddhabaku. What is Mahaprabhu doing? Is he giving his devotee trouble, causing him distress? Is this his purpose? Sometimes we may think that my life is difficult for this reason. Is God doing this to me? But Mahaprabhu is very affectionate to his devotees, and he has a different plan. So they went home, and the curtain opens again. It's Siddhabakul. And Sanatana Goswami is there, and he's visited by Jagannatha Pandit. Now, because the time in this class is running out a bit, I will just summarize this meeting. There was distress, especially that scene of Mahaprabhu embracing and Sanatana Goswami saying, "Don't do it, please, I beg you, Nistara, I beg you, don't do this, I beg you." And Mahaprabhu just embracing him, and his body is factually covered. So that picture is in our minds, in Sanatana Goswami's mind. So when Jagannatha Pandit came, Sanatana Goswami spoke to him, knowing that he was so dear to Mahaprabhu. He was in distress, and he wanted to speak to Jagannatha Pandit. And he told Jagannatha Pandit, "I came here with a purpose. I came to Jagannath Puri with a purpose. My body was covered by sores. I am Nitya Jati. I'm born in a low family. I've done so many terrible things in my life. I had a plan that I would give up my life at the Rath Yatra in the presence of Mahaprabhu, but Mahaprabhu has forbidden me to do this." And then, still worse, he continuously embraces me again and again, and his body becomes smeared with the discharges from my itching sores. In this way, I'm committing offenses. I don't want to touch, if the pujaris touch me, this is my great offense, and I will go to hell for that. But here is the Supreme Lord who's touching me. And because of these offenses, I cannot see any good in my future. And this is the cause of my great unhappiness. And I can't even see Lord Jagannath. I came here for my benefit, but I'm just getting the opposite. I can't see anything good that can come from this. And Jagannatha Pandit answered him in a very, one would think, a very wise way. He said, "The most suitable place for you to be is in Vrindavan. The Lord had told you to go to Brindavan. He said, this is where your service is." So after seeing the Rath Yatra festival, you should go to Brindavan. Return to Brindavan. He's ordered both you and your brother to situate yourself in Brindavan, and there, following the Lord's order, you'll be happy. You'll get all happiness. You've already fulfilled the purpose of your visit. You've seen the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And you haven't seen Lord Jagannath yet, but Rath Yatra is coming, so you can see him in Rath Yatra. And then after that, your purposes will be fulfilled, and you can leave. And Sanatana Goswami said, "Thank you so much. I shall certainly go to Brindavan, for the Lord has given me that place for my residence." And Prabhupada, in his purport, speaks about Prabhu Datta Desh, the words that Sanatana Goswami uses here, the place that is Datta, given by Prabhu, and Prabhupada wants the devotees to take some place and given by Guru and Vaishnavas and preach and spread Krishna consciousness. So after this, Sanatana Goswami returned to their respective duties, and the next day, the scene opens again in a very unexpected way. That Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went to see Haridas and Sanatana, as he did every day, and Haridas offered his obeisances, and Mahaprabhu embraced Haridas, and Sanatana Goswami offered his obeisances and his dandavats, but from a far distance, But Mahaprabhu called him, please come, again and again and again. Please come. I want to embrace you. And Sanatan is just anticipating the greatest offense that he's committing and the greatest distress. And he kept backing up. He wouldn't come forward despite the Lord calling him. But the Lord himself went forward to meet him despite his backing away. And by force, he embraced him. The test is not yet over. Then the Lord took them both. They sat down, Haridas and Mahaprabhu, and then Sanatan opened his mind. He said, I came here for my benefit, but I'm unfit to render any service. Just look at my body, and I commit offenses day after day by my very nature. By my very nature, look what I've done in my life. I am low born. I've assisted, he didn't say it, but he assisted this cruel monarch of Bengal. I'm a contaminated reservoir of sinful activities. If you touch me continuously, that would be a great offense on my part. Look at my body. Blood is running from these infected, itching sores, and they smear your body with this moisture, but still you touch me day after day by force. My dear sir, I've looked and seen that you don't have the slightest aversion to touching my body, which is in the most horrible condition. You're perfect, but my offense is so great. Anything auspicious I've gathered in my life will be ended by my offense. And now Sanatan presents Mahaprabhu with his plan. Since nothing auspicious will come of my being here, and following perfect Vaishnava etiquette, he says, please give me orders. Please give me orders that will allow me to return to Brindavan after the Rath Yatra festival. You order me to go to Brindavan, and then everything will be perfect. My offenses will cease, and I'll be following your order. So order me, please. I cannot go independent of your order because I'm with you. I'm being tortured. He doesn't say it like this, but I'm being tortured by my attraction to be with you and my ecstasy in seeing your ecstatic dancing and being in your presence and being with Haridas Thakur. But this is the tension between the offenses I've committed. This is too much for me. And then he says something that's quite fateful. I've consulted Jagannatha Pandit for his opinion about this. And he has also advised me, Vrindavana Jaite Teno Upadesha Dili. He's given me this Upadesh, this advice. You go to Vrindavan. Jagannatha Pandit has agreed. And the next verse is quite exceptional. Hearing this good advice, Ete Shune Mahaprabhu Sarosha Antan, he felt great anger inside. And the anger was directed at, 2 times the word anger is used, Kruta. He became very angry, Krudahai. He became very angry at Jagannatha. And he began to chastise Jagannatha for making this suggestion to Sanatana Goswami. He says, Jagannatha is just like a new boy. He's like a kid, a baby compared to you. How does he think himself so proud? This is a breach of Vaishnava etiquette, again pointing, but there's a deeper meaning, but again a pointing to Vaishnava etiquette and the importance of it. He has become so proud that he thinks himself competent to advise a person like you in spiritual dealings, in material dealings. You are on the level of my spiritual master. When we went to Ramakela, you gave me such good advice. Don't go to Brindavan surrounded by all these people as if you were some kind of a jaduwala, a magician. You should go alone so you could be in an internal mood. But Jagadananda, not knowing his own value, he dares to advise you. You are on the level of my advisor even. You are an authorized person. But Jaga, he calls him a very common name, a shortened form of his own name, not Jagadananda Pandit, but Jaga. He wants to advise you like he's talking to a young baby. This is just the impudence of a naughty boy. And hearing this, the professor of Vaishnava etiquette, Sanatana Goswami, he says, Jagadananda Saubhagya Aji Se Janila. Now I know the fortunate position of Jagadananda Pandit. And also, I can understand my own misfortune. No one is fortunate in the whole world as Jagadananda Pandit. You are chastising him. You are so intimate and close to him that you trust him so much that you will chastise him. And look what you're giving me. You're complimenting me. You're saying that I'm like your advisor and I'm like the spiritual master. You are making Jagadananda Pandit drink the nectar of affectionate relationship. This is just the opposite of the way materialistic contemporary people of the material world who think. They don't like to be chastised at all. And Sanatana Goswami is teaching by his example something very special. But yet there's more than the level of etiquette. You are giving Sanatan, you are giving Jagadananda sweet Shuddharasa, and you're giving me neem leaves, neem juice, something bitter of praise. What a mentality. And he says, it is my misfortune that you have not accepted me as one of your intimate relations. You praise me, but you chastise and correct him. But what can I do? Mora abhagya, I am so unfortunate. But you can act as you are like, because you are Swatantra Bhagavan. You are the independent Supreme Personality of Godhead. And you will always act as you like. This is Leela. And Sanatana Goswami is dancing like a doll in this Leela. And it's not over yet. The test of Sanatana Goswami is not over yet. But we can be assured that Sanatana Goswami is going to pass this test. And tomorrow, Krishna willing, we shall conclude the test and see the result of this test. And see the affection that underlies the dealings between Sanatana Goswami and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. What to do? We must go to Brindavan. Satyanandana Swami has raised his hand now. Even though I've passed my time, how am I going to refuse this? I cannot. Satyananda Raj.
Yes.
Yes, now I can see you.
Hare Krishna Puri Jampabu.
Hare Krishna. So happy to see you.
Same. I want to thank you very much for taking us really through the journey of Sanatana Goswami. And I would like to raise a question that is in my mind. I mean, really, Sanatana Goswami must have been in a zone of great uncertainty
Yes.
Great uncertainty. One thing after the other happened to him where he was tested, and he wanted to go to Vrindavan, but then Mahaprabhu closed that door for him, and the uncertainty in some ways remained. He was, what do you recommend for a devotee of our status, you know, the normal devotee or in our lives, how to deal with that uncertainty, because it's a highly uncomfortable place, and not just jump to any activity, but to wait until it is clear what is our next step, so to say. What is your advice how to most maturely be in that phase of uncertainty where everything is taken away and we are just not knowing what to do and what to think?
Thank you. This is the great question, isn't it? Of how to live a life in Krishna consciousness when we are not on the level, perhaps, of Srila Sanatana Goswami. I would actually prefer to answer this question tomorrow at the completion of the Leela, because I've left it, I've cut it in an important point, just as you said. You were thinking about it as uncertainty, and that's certainly very much what it is. But I'm also thinking about it as he's caught in a vice. A vice means when he can't move. He wanted to even leave this world and kill himself, and Mahaprabhu wouldn't let him to do that. He wanted to leave and go to Brindavan, and there was no escape. And I think this needs to be acknowledged, because sometimes in our life, we find ourselves in that situation. We can't go this way, we can't go that way, and we don't know where we should go, and we're in that vice of Krishna's pressure. Like when we were children, we used to see Superman on television, and he would very happily pick up a piece of dark black coal and put it in his super grip and squeeze it, and then he would open up his hand and it would be a valuable diamond. Did you used to see that too?
No, but I have heard about Superman.
Well, I am the coal, and Krishna is Superman, is Supreme Superman. And sometimes it feels like he's caught me, and I cannot go this way. I'm in his grip, and what to do when in that situation. So Sanatana Goswami has given us the ideal is we must cultivate very, very, very deep Krishna consciousness to be able to have the faith, the absorption, the taste. Because we can't escape from the vice, from his grip, like that. So he's given us the ideal, and in our life, we must cultivate this ideal. And interestingly enough, that internal absorption is what Krishna consciousness is really about. It's not the International Society for work. It's Krishna consciousness, Krishna Bhakti Rasato Bhavato Mati. So when we feel the uncomfortableness of that and the uncertainty of what's going to happen to me, and of course it's easy to give others advice about this, I find, but it's hard when the same thing is happening to me. We know that this is time to become more internal. And if I don't become internal, I'm going to try and escape from the grip of Krishna, and it's not going to be, yes. Jagatrini over there just said, and it won't become a diamond. There's no way that we can become a diamond, become what we really ultimately are without this pressure of the force to become deeper. The forced, and then we see Krishna's mercy in it. But it's like we get the test first, and then we get the explanation of what the test was about after. It's the opposite of school. but Sanatana Goswami is teaching us, and yeah, this is. But it will conclude tomorrow, and that's really the topic, the part of the topic, and the other part of the topic that's being discussed that's less revealed right now, but it will be revealed, is that Krishna is very kind and affectionate. And this, in one sense, is what the test is. Do I trust Krishna? That this difficult vice-like pressure is part of Krishna's mercy to me. And for that depth, it will be tested at the time of death, certainly, which is a very uncertain and difficult, painful time. But it's tested 1,000 times in our life. Practically speaking, it's tested every day 1,000 times. When the world isn't cooperating with my desire, where do I turn? Do I turn to Krishna, or do I turn away from Krishna? Those are the subtle tests that happen 1,000 times a day, 10,000 times a day in life. And if we don't practice on the subtle tests, then how will we pass them? It will be more difficult on the major tests. So therefore, the real essence of Krishna consciousness is always being Krishna conscious. There's always depending on Krishna. Always chanting Krishna's names. Kirtaniya Sadahari. I would really like to ask you if you would like to speak more on this topic, but it may not be the appropriate thing to do from the time point of view. But thank you for getting to the essence of what the whole presentation that I've seen in this. This isn't only about Sanatan's test, but this is about my test. The word test is used so many times in this. There's test, 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 test. And finally, we'll see how the test works out. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So today we were blessed not only with the class, but with a conversation between two great souls. And so we are highly benefited. Thank you, Gurujan Prabhu, for this presentation, which will continue tomorrow as well. So today we had time for one question only. And I want to make an announcement before we move further. On the 9th of January is included on the schedule a question and answer session. At that time, Gurujan Prabhu, Sachidanand Maharaj, and also Jagatari Mataji will be there to answer your questions. So, in order for us to collect your questions, we have set up a Google link. There's a link which is right now being posted on the chat. So you can copy that link, and if you want to ask any questions, you can please fill up the form. It has been posted right now. Just copy the link. The link will also be sent to you through the broadcast that announces the beginning of the class every day. So if you miss it now, you will get it in your mail or in your WhatsApp. You fill up the form. There are a few questions, very simple questions, like whom are you asking the question from? Are you asking the question to? Sorry, who are you asking the question to? Are you asking the question to Sachidananda Maharaj or to Gurujan Prabhu, etc.? So, and then the question, and also your name and where you are from. So the questions, obviously, we will not be able to answer all the questions, but as many as possible will be taken up. It will be taken up in a random way, you will see on that day. So this is the announcement for the question and answer session. This will be on the 9th of January at, let me see, 2:15, meaning it's in the beginning of the retreat day on the 9th. But please do not hope to have your questions accepted if they arrive just 5 minutes before the session. We will close, we will let you know at that time, basically by the 8th evening. It would be good if you have sent your questions so that we have the time to process them and dispatch them to the teachers ahead of time. All right. Let us now go to this most beautiful of places, most sacred of places, Tea Kadamba.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Kirtana Ganana Tanapano Premamritam Manidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Priyau Priyakarau Nirmasaram Pujitau Sri Chaitanya Kripa Bharau Bhubi Bhuva Bharavahantarakam Bande Rupa Sanatana Raghujagam Sri Jiva Gopalakam Krishna Kirtana Ganana Tanaparo Premamritam Banidhi
At the time when Srila Rupa Goswami came to Vrindavan, Brajamandala was covered with forest and agricultural land. Srila Rupa Goswami lived in Vrindavan with the other Goswamis. They lived under trees and kept their deities in the trees. Rupa lived the life of a mendicant, absorbed in hearing and chanting the glories of Sri Sri Radha Govinda, sleeping 2 hours a day, or even less. He spent his time mostly in the Vrindavan forest, especially at Sevakunj. There, he would meet with the other Goswamis and speak on the science of Prema Bhakti. He performed bhajan in Varshana, in Radhakund, in Govardhan, in Sevakunj, and in Tea Kadamba.
प्रेमामृतं वनिधि श्री चैतन्य कृपाभरो भुवि भुव भारावहन्तारकम् वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुयुगं श्रीजीव गोपालकम् श्रीगौराङ्ग गुणानुवर्णन विधौ सध्यासमिद्धार्नितं पापत्रापनिकृन्तनं तनभितां गोविन्द गानामृतैः श्री गौरांग गुणानुवर्णन विधौ सध्यासमिद्धान्वितं पापत्रापनिकृन्तनं तनभितां गोविन्द गानामृतैः आनन्दान्बुधिवर्धनैकनिपुणं कैवल्यनिस्वार्थं वन्दे रूपसनातनं रघुयुगं श्रीदेव गोपालकम् कृष्ण कीर्तन गाननर्तन परं प्रेमामृतं वनिधि तत्त्वातो नमसे समण्डलपति शनि सदा तुच्छम भूत्वा दीनगणेशकरुकरुणया कोऽपि न कण्ठाश्रितौ तत्त्वातो नमसे समण्डलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणेशकरुकरुणया कोऽपि न कण्ठाश्रितौ गोपी भावरसामृताभिलहरी कल्लोलमग्नोन्मुहो वन्दे रूपसनातन रघुयुगं श्रीजीव गोपालकौ कृष्ण कीर्तन काननर्तन परं प्रेमामृतं वनिधि कृष्ण कीर्तन गाननर्तन परं प्रेमामृतं वनिधि कुजत कोकिलहंस संसारसुगन कीर्णमयूराकुले नानारत्ननिबद्धमूलपिटक श्रीयुक्त वृंदावने राधाकृष्ण महर्निशं प्रभजतौ जीवार्थदौ जौ बुधा वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगं श्रीजीव गोपालकं कृष्ण कीर्तन गाननर्तन परं प्रेमामृतं वनिधि धीराधीर जनप्रियं प्रियकरं
हरे कृष्ण हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम हरे हरे कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम हरे हरे कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम हरे कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम हरे कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम हरे कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम हरे कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण
चतन्तं दीनं च यं गोपी भावरसामृता दिलहरी कल्लोलमग्नो नमो वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगं श्रीजीव गोपालकं कृष्ण कीर्तन गानन तन पदं प्रेमामृताम्बनिधि कृष्ण कीर्तन गानन तन पदं राधा पुण्यतटे कलिन्दतनया तीरे च वंशी बटे
Vrindavaniyam rasakelivaratam kalena luptam nijashaktimukaha sancharya rupe vyatanot punah sa prabhur vidhau pragibaloka shrishtim. Before the creation of this cosmic manifestation, the Lord enlightened the heart of Lord Brahma with the details of the creation and manifested the Vedic knowledge. In exactly the same way, the Lord, being anxious to revive the Vrindavan pastimes of Lord Krishna, impregnated the heart of Srila Rupa Goswami with spiritual potency. By this potency, Srila Rupa Goswami could revive the activities of Krishna in Vrindavan, activities almost lost to memory. In this way, he spread Krishna consciousness throughout the world.
हे राधे ब्रज देवी के चलते हे नंद सुनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदिवाने कुतः घोषंताविति सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदै महाव्यूहलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजगं श्रीजीव गोपालकं वंदे रूप
We have just visited the forest at Kadamba and had some glimpses of the presence of Srila Rupa Goswami, sitting, walking, chanting. He spent a considerable amount of time in Kadamba, writing. It is now known as Srila Rupa Goswami's Bhajan Stali. Later, we will again go to Kadamba and witness some other events there. Let us welcome Sachidanand Maharaj to further cultivate our divine aspirations.
Hare Krishna, thank you Prashanta, and thank you all once again for building this beautiful atmosphere with the Govardhana Retreat online. I think both the subjects which are presented by Bhurijam Prabhu and yesterday this wonderful lecture by our Jagatarini Mataji churns the nectar, but also these evocative videos where we really had a glimpse into the life of a saint, you know, how he is staying in the forest of Vrindavan all by himself. And this is really possible because he is not alone. Although our eyes cannot see anyone, he feels in the core of his heart the presence of Krishna, who makes his appearance frequently there. I will today cover text 32 of Utkala Valari, where Krishna appears to Rupa Goswami in the core of his heart in a very special way. But before doing this, I want to frame my talks a little bit, because today I will take you a step deeper. And I want to make very clear how this going deeper is done, so that we can all benefit. Today we will also have a meditation. We will follow the guidance of Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur, who has given a few beautiful Vrindavan meditations, and we will actually do this. But the framing is important first. I think we all have heard, and we all are convinced, that to develop love for Krishna, deep abiding love for Krishna, is the goal of our life. This love has two features. It is described by Rupa Goswami. First, Krishna will always be totally astonishing, chamatkar. And the second is, we will be so absorbed in Krishna that we don't perceive anything else. Remember Sanatana Goswami, who walked over the beach of Jagannath Puri. I have taken that route also, although not in the hottest season. I was there in end of March, which is already very hot. And I can tell you, walking over this beach is like walking over glowing coals. It's that hot. And if you do this barefoot, like Sanatana Goswami did, it is excruciating painful. But not just for the feet. The whole body is on fire. So I couldn't do it. I was familiar with that part of the Chaitanya Charitamrita, and I wanted to go that route which Sanatana Goswami walked. But after maybe 7 minutes, I returned to the shade of my bungalow and put the cold shower on. But yes, he was absorbed, and this is one of the symptoms of love. The first is you're always surprised. Krishna is always fresh and new for you. And the second is you're so absorbed that you don't perceive any longer the dualities of happiness or distress, hotness or coldness, suffering or great joy. No, you are so much absorbed in Krishna that you cannot be distracted. You cannot be taken out of that absorption. This is love. This is the goal of Krishna consciousness. But the question which is put before each single one of the devotees is this: how will you develop that love? What will be your journey? And I would like to answer this with two answers. Of course, we all know it goes from Shraddha to Prema, from initial faith to more firm forms of faith, like Nishtha and so on, to Ruchi and Bhava. You know, the whole journey, 9 steps. Yes, that we know, but how and where do you learn this to develop this love? And the first answer I would like to give is, if you want to learn love, go into the classroom of the lovers. Go to the devotees who have love in their heart and listen to their outpourings of love, their outspoken outspoken descriptions of love. And the second is something which we will observe today in Rupa Goswami's aunt's verse. You need to have something that impels your love, something that touches you and excites your love. Let us turn to an example which Srila Prabhupada has given us. He said, when a mother sees the tiny little shoes of her child somewhere, her love spontaneously rises. Let us say a mother will look for the child, and he knows the child has gone with his friends to let us say a temple, and she comes to get her child because it's noontime. So she goes before the temple and she sees the tiny little shoes of her little child parked or placed before the temple where all the other shoes are. She will have only eyes for the shoes of her little child, and as she looks, she feels her love growing. I had the good fortune to see that in my own life, where I lived above us. There was a wonderful family of really Krishna conscious Grihastas who had a sweet little child who I know when she was this big, I offered her to the, held her to look at the deities and requested the deities to accept this child and give the give the child the blessings. And the child turned out very, very nice, and but the child has now moved to Mayapur with her parents. It's a little Mandali is the name of the child, where she finds a Krishna conscious school and Krishna conscious little children friends and so on. And she left a pair of little shoes like this in the shoe rack, and whenever I go there and I see the shoes of the child, I think, oh, Mandali, and I'm thinking of Mandali and how a tooth fell out recently in her front row of tooth, and my affection is immediately given nourishment so that it can grow higher. So Krishna also has left his devotees with these stimulants. They are called Vibhava Udipans. They are helping the devotee to stimulate, to bring that love forth. My dear devotees, the divine aspirations or spiritual desires are firmly locked in each of our hearts. They are there like a little spark or little fire, so to say, burning there in our heart. And if we can supply them udipans or stimuli that bring them forth, that stimulate them, that excite them, then they can quickly come into a big fire. What are udipans? Well, The land of Vrindavan, for instance, is an Udipan. I believe every one of us experiences this when we look at the videos, when we heard this beautiful description of what Vrindavan does to us that we heard yesterday, Krishna's flute, Krishna's shoes are described to be Udipans. Krishna's qualities, like his mercifulness with which he glances towards the devotees, like I always feel when I see here, oops, how to point, yes, here. I don't want to point at Krishna directly, but you know where how to do this. Opposite, yes, here. When you see Krishna like this, and how he looks at us, that's an Udipan. That's a stimulant of that love in the heart. When we hear Krishna Katha, that stimulates us. We need a stimulation. I know in the material world there was a song, "Come on, so and so, please light my fire." I think one friend says to another friend, "Please light my fire, bring out my enthusiasm," and so on. And this we need to apply in the science of developing love of Krishna, or at least desires, divine aspirations like eagerness for Krishna. So there are two factors: the devotees and the Udipans. As far as the devotees are concerned, there is a very, very nice sentence which I found from a scholar of religions. She said, it's actually Evelyn Underhill, those who know, as the social self can only be developed by contact with society, so the spiritual self can only be developed by contact with the spiritual world. Think of it. How did you learn your language? How did you learn your mannerism? Where did you learn how to dress like the way we dress? By being in contact with society, where we gradually took on the norms, both in the material society as well as in the society of devotees. We know from devotees that that's good to put on a tilak. We have our hairstyle, our habits, our way of greeting, our Vaishnava etiquette. We learn this. So if you want to learn to love Krishna, my dear devotees, you have to learn from devotees how the spiritual world looks, and you have to read about it. You have to absorb yourself in it. You have to desire to go there, and this is what we do in these Govardhana retreats. We hear of the spiritual society of Sanatan and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the very subtle dealings which went on. Very shukshma. Shukshma means fine. And today we will hear about Udipans, the qualities which stimulate our love, and we will meditate actually about one of the qualities. So having said all this, we are now confident to go into the verse Vraja Madhura Janavrajavatangso Kim api yuvam abhiyachate janoyam. The meter is not yet perfect here. Mama nayana nachamakritim karoti karotu kshanam apipada nakendo komodivam. Rupa Goswami says to Radha and Oh, best of the very sweet people of Vrindavan, this person prays to you. May the moonlight from your toenails astonish my eyes, even if this is only happening for a moment. So Rupa Goswami, he says, there are so many sweet people in Braja, the gopis, the gopas, Nanda and Yashoda. But you are the, you are the crown, the best of all of them. I am your very insignificant servant here in this material world. I've gone to the forest of Vrindavan and I have something to ask from you. Please appear before my sight. And he remembers the previous verse where he said, I'm not qualified to have close contact, but please, if you so desire, appear before my eyes like a lightning flash appears for a moment on the horizon. A lightning flash, which is Srimati Radharani, that rests on the lap of the cloud-like Krishna. So now he wants to come closer. He says, I want to see you, but I have a particular thing in my mind. And as he is thinking like this, he remembers, I want to see the astonishing glow which comes from your toenails. This is what I wish to see, even if it is only manifest before my eyes for just a brief moment. I think we discussed these brief moments. They are called spurtis, revelations within the heart, which take place. Krishnadas Goswami, Kaviraj Goswami, has spoken about these toenails and the effulgence which comes from them. He has said that in Krishna's form there are actually 24 and a half moons. You can just imagine if one moon rises in your heart, in the small space of your heart, it will be really bright. What will happen if 24 moons will rise? So 10 moons are situated on the two beautiful feet of Krishna. They are the light which comes from the toenails. When Krishna moves with his feet, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, the feet sing a song, which is the jingling of the ankle bells. Many devotees who have met Krishna for the first time have described the sound of Krishna's the ankle bells which jingle as Krishna approaches them. One of them is Narada Muni, who has described like this. 10 other moons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, are on the fingernails, are the fingernails of Krishna. They are full of light, and they also dance like the foot, like the feet. They dance on his flute. You can see in the back, Gopal Raj has his flute, but he is busy with one hand and he is holding the Govardhana, hill, but sometimes he lets the Govardhana hill float and plays anyways. So yes, then there are, let me look here, one moon is his beautiful face. Two moons are his cheeks, which are lit with the swinging of his earrings. You know, this is something devotees like to meditate as well. The earrings and the reflection on those cheeks. But make no mistakes, it's not that the earrings illuminate the cheeks. No, that is wrong. The cheeks illuminate the earrings. Then there is another moon. It is the tilak. Sometimes it's a sandalwood tilak. It's just a dot sometimes. Sometimes it's a tilak which has no nose part, no, not this. Sometimes it has a nose part. You will ask yourself the question, what tilak does Krishna actually wear? Does Krishna have the tilak of the Gaudiya Sampradaya, our Sampradaya? Does Krishna wear the tilak of the Nimbaka Sampradaya? Does Krishna wear the tilak of all the of other Sampradayas? Well, if you go to Krishna, he will not have a passport. I'm Christian, I'm Muslim, I'm this or that Sampradaya, I'm Gaudiya, I'm Nimbaka. Krishna has the tilak which corresponds to his worshipper, who worships him in this way or in that way, because he reveals himself according to the devotion of his worshipper. And this immediately brings a light on Krishna, which is extraordinary. Krishna is the God of love. He's made of love. And love is reciprocal. It is something which happens in reciprocation. And Krishna has half a moon on his forehead. The forehead of Krishna, I should not show my forehead. The forehead of Krishna is also half a moon. So when all the full darshan of Krishna is there, it is so bright, it is so overwhelmingly full of light. There's a verse of Bilva Mangala Thakur where Radharani, after a time of long separation, sees Krishna coming and asked a question, is this a mass of light which is coming to me? But no, light doesn't move like this and doesn't make a sound. This is a flute sound. And she asked many questions, and then she says, no, it's my lover Krishna who comes to me. No? So, light. So, Rupa Goswami is satisfied with only a little light which comes from the foot nails or the toenails, that's a better word, from Krishna. He wants just a little contact, and this is very relevant for devotees. The devotees always talk about Krishna's lotus feet. Why do they talk about this? Well, there are two reasons. The lotus grows in a pond where there's mud and everything else, but it is not affected. In this way, also Krishna, when he is coming to this world, or when he appears before his devotees in any form, even in the thought form, where the devotee thinks of Krishna, he's never affected by the world, and therefore he can always pull the devotee right out of the influence of the gunas. But the second reason, and for me this is a very nice reason, I heard it from in the writings of one Acharya, is that if you think in a simple way, then the spiritual world, we always say it is beyond us, no? So it is one story above us. I mean, not one story, billions of stories beyond us. But the closest which you have of the people, of the personalities who are there, the closest are the feet. Like above us, there is another wonderful Grihastha couple living, very nice devotees, but they don't have children. So what is closest to me is their feet. You know, when they walk over on the other floor, then what is closest to me is the feet. So devotees feel like this. I may be unqualified to see Krishna's knees or belly, shoulders, what to speak of his moon-like face, which is surrounded by the beautiful locks of hair, but his feet are very close to me, and I hope to just see a little from the toenails of his feet. That is the idea why devotees speak of the feet so much. I would like to give you a little example from the Bhagavatam about Krishna's lotus feet, and then I will come to his the nails on his feet. Akrura's journey to Vrindavan is an exemplary role model, which I personally always follow when I'm going to Brindavan. As he is on his way to Vrindavan, he meditates about the lotus feet of the Lord. He says, "Soon I will offer my obeisances to these supreme lotus feet, which the mystic yogis meditate upon." Kritavatarasya durajayam tamaha tarangyam nakamandala tvisha. Simply by seeing, Akrura meditates, simply by seeing the effulgence of his toenails, many souls in the past have transcended the insurmountable darkness of material existence and achieved liberation. This is one very important aspect of the meditation of Vaishnavas. They start at the lotus feet of the Lord. Because they meditate in the beginning, and we will do this, about the light which comes from the lotus feet. It is here described in the Bhagavatam as Nakamandala. Naka means lotus feet, and mandala means, of course, a circle, but here it means like an orb of light. You know? When you have a source of light in the darkness, then there is a circular light around it. No? So when Krishna's lotus feet are there, there is a mandala, Naka mandala, around each of his nails, and that removes the duratyayam tamaha, that is the insurmountable darkness of material existence. The idea is very, very simple. If you can bring Krishna in your memory and bring him in your heart, all the inner darkness, anxieties, fears, insecurities are removed. I like Burijan Prabhu's answer. The question which was posed to him was, what does a devotee do when he feels tested by Krishna, when he is in the grip of Krishna and he is not sure how his life will continue? What is the right path to take? What are even the next steps he should take? And he advised, Burijan Prabhu advised very, very helpfully that then it is time to go internal, go inside. And of course, implied in this is to go inside. We want to be, remember Krishna at that time. We want to be with Krishna. So a devotee takes shelter in times of uncertainty, in times of not knowing what should be the next steps, in times when he sees a new phase is about to come, but I don't yet know what it will exactly be and what will be expected of me exactly. At that time he goes internal, he remembers Krishna, he is with Krishna, and then all the darkness will certainly go. So, in this vein, Akrura, who does not know what will happen, he goes to Vrindavan, but he says, Krishna will see, I'm the servant of Kamsa. Maybe he will just not receive me. Maybe he will say, you are a servant of Kamsa, go back to your master, what do you want here? He's uncertain. After all, he's sent by Kamsa to take Krishna out of Vrindavan and into an arena where his death is planned. Yes, Kamsa had sent Akrura to fetch Krishna from Vrindavan and bring him into the wrestling arena where he had instructed these strong wrestlers, to kill him in public, to show that Kamsa is the king, and everyone who is opposing his regime is standing no chance. He is killed on the spot. It was actually a public, it was planned to be a public execution. That was what it was. So Akrura knew that Krishna knows everything, and he would say, go, what do you want from me? Akrura was a great devotee inside. He was the only one who had stayed with Kamsa because he knew that in the future Krishna would come and free the world from the thorn of Kamsa, which plagued it. And he just knew, I will play an instrumental part in Krishna's plan to annihilate the miscreants. So outwardly he played the role of a loyal follower of Kamsa, but internally he was a great devotee of Krishna. So in this vein he continues, those very lotus feet, which I see very soon, are worshipped by Brahma, Shiva, and all the devotees. They are also worshipped by the goddess of fortune and the great sages and the Vaishnavas. Upon those feet the Lord walks about through the forest while herding the cows. And these feet are smeared with a very intimate ornament. It's the kumkum, which bedecks the chest of the Braj gopis. That kumkum is also placed on the lotus feet of the Lord. Yes. Then, as he was thinking about his Krishna, he saw the footprints of those very feet whose dust is held on the crown of the rulers of all the planets. He saw those very footprints in the dust of Braj. You might ask, how could he distinguish these footprints from other cowherd boys? Well, they had very specific marks on them. For instance, the lotus, the barley corn, the elephant, and the goat. The elephant goat, I wanted to say, not elephant, elephant goat. This is a little instrument like this, and it has a little ankush, I think it's called, a little spike or something, so that the mahout can just guide the elephant. He saw those. And these were Udipans. Seeing them, something came in his heart, which we had described earlier with the example of the mother or a friend seeing the little shoes of a darling little child. Huh? Something came in his heart. It's described, he jumped down from the chariot. I would like to use another word. He was jolted by such joy. Out of the chariot, he rolled in ecstatic emotion on the ground, but he still avoided to roll over the footprint, because he held these footprints of Krishna so sacred that he did not want to, how do you call this, to swipe them away with his, by rolling over them. No, that was a no-go. And he exclaimed in loud voice, "Ah!" Sorry, I'm getting a little enthusiastic here. I might jump through the computer. No. This is the dust from my master's lotus feet. My dear devotees, here you see the power of Udipans. They do something within you. In this world, we have experience of Udipans, of worldly Udipans. No, I remember once I was preparing a seminar, and I wanted to play in the seminar a song from contemporary music, Rolling Stones. And so I asked my secretary to put on the CD, to get a CD and to put it on, and both of us wanted to now judge, was this song capable to make the point which we wanted to make the point. So he put it on, and he said, "Guru Maharaj, we have to hear this loud, otherwise it doesn't work." So he put it loud, and then the music started. I do not know at this moment what was the song, because I have a little forgotten these things. But there was this music, very loud and solid beat was there, and good amount of excitement and so on. And my servant tried to keep himself, but he was a young person. All of a sudden he started to dance. And said, calm down. The music was a stimulant. It put something, it awakened something in him, which was maybe not long forgotten, but a little forgotten, and it brought that out in him. Oops, I have to be. I'm getting here a little temperamental. My assistant has to adjust the microphone. So yes, my dear devotees, this, I think you know what I mean. So Akrura, who was a Krishna conscious person, he saw the footprint of Lord Krishna, and he got down from his chariot and he rolled amongst the footprints. And then, up till now, we have described Akrura's action and body. He was moving on a chariot and guided the horses. We have described something of his mind, how he was anticipating to see the lotus feet of Krishna, which are worshipful by Brahma and Shiva. And we have described to you something of his speech. He said, these are the lotus feet of my master, or this is dust from the lotus feet. But now, what will come is a verse that brings the essential philosophical conclusion of Akrura's journey to Vrindavan and his meditation about Krishna's lotus feet. It's an essential conclusion. Essence means it's applicable for one and all. Sukadeva Goswami says, Deham vrityam yanato hitvadam vambiyam shucham sandeshat yohare linga dashana shravanadibi. The very goal of life for all embodied beings is this ecstasy which Akrura experienced when, upon receiving Kamsa's order, he put aside all pride, all fear, and all lamentation, and absorbed himself in seeing and hearing those things which reminded him of Krishna. Here you find the very essential instruction for you. Akrura took shelter in those things which reminded him of Krishna. Here's the footprint. He has not yet seen Krishna. And this set him on a road, on let me say, a road of love, which he pursued, and which eventually brought him to Krishna, because Krishna is revealed only to those who look at him with loving eyes, not with any other eyes. This is also what will work for us. We need to find out in our lives what will set us on the road, what will release our buried and covered spiritual emotions, and let them blossom forth. For me, it is visit of the Holy Dham. I like so much, and with these amazing videos, which are really so, I can only find the word evocative. No? They bring something, they evoke something, they awaken something. You know? And these wonderful discussions which we hear, I feel that, oh yes, the whole day, and for us, we are in a time zone where we are finished with the Govardhana Retreat at 1 or 1:30 or something like this. The whole day I'm thinking about it, and I'm reading in the evening before I go to bed about the things which struck me. I make notes and I read the verses. and contemplate my role in it. And I feel something is done which awakens my own love, my own desires. But Akrura had to put 3 things away, which we also have to put away. One is he had to put his pride away. Akrura, in his situation, had to disidentify with his role as a minister, a highly placed governmental person who had political influence. Pride. We also have to put away our pride, that I'm so and so, I'm... pride makes a story, a narrative, spun around a false center, the false ego. And that needs to be put away. If you want to walk the road of love, he had to give up his fear. Oh, he was fearing. In his situation, he was feared. Oh my God, if Kamsa finds out that I, who am his minister, his trusted man, his messenger to bring Krishna, if I behave in an opposite way, that is, I jump from my chariot and worship the footprints in the dust of this rural village area, then he will punish me. This fear of the consequences have to be put aside. What could this mean for us? When we worship Krishna, Jagatarini has informed us yesterday so nicely. I was really thinking, my God, is this Jagatarini, all-knowing Jagatarini? How she said that Vrindavan will teach us how to serve, it will teach us what is real love, and it will teach us to do what we most despise. That is, it will teach us to take ourselves out of the center and put Krishna in the center. Woo! It will destroy our false concepts. So, yes, sometimes we are afraid of surrender. Oh, what will happen to me if I give up my secure little illusory world which I have spun around me? What will happen if I let down my guards? What will happen if I give up my comfortable, warm apartment to go to somewhere where it's more favorable to develop Krishna consciousness? No. Fear has to be given up. Finally, sorrow. That was the third thing which Akrura needed to give up in order to feel that arising of devotional love in his heart. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, I'm taking all this from him only, describes sorrow. Someone may feel sorrow when he surrenders to Krishna for being abandoned, to fall at the feet of the disrespected, poorly dressed and penniless Vaishnavas. What are you doing? I remember when I was coming to Krishna consciousness, I was from a different society, different orbits, different life. So the devotee said, why don't you come with us and chant and dance on the street before one prominent, what is it called? Like Walmart or something like Ulster House it was called. What is it called? Big shopping center. So I was afraid because I knew my friends would come and they would tell me he was. We finally know why he has not visited the parties. Parties means at that time the young people would drink, they would smoke certain things, and they would break all the regulative principles. And when I came to Krishna consciousness, I politely denied the parties, saying that my stomach was not well or so on. I was not very sure what to say. I didn't want to out myself, anyway. So I thought, if I'm standing before this department store, this huge shopping center, I'm sure someone will come by and they will say, he is so different because he's with these penniless, disrespected beggars who dance on the street in bed sheets. So then I would feel sorrow. Oh, no, my avant-gardistic, oh my good name and fame is destroyed when they see me with these. But I said, I'm going to do it. I want to be. I want to sing like a bird who is not caring if others like his song or not. I will sing this Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, and and I don't care if I'm. I do remember it, but it was a big step for me. And of course I was seen, and of course it was brought to my school, and everyone
Меня
talked
увидели,
about this.
конечно, моим родителям рассказали. И, конечно, все
I'm hearing some Russian
всем
translation here.
рассказали.
Vivakin, it's you. You need to mute the Russian translation, please. Yes, so if we want to move forward in developing our devotional aspirations, we will have to face our pride, our
Если мы
fear,
хотим
and our sorrow.
отказаться от...
Krishna will test us in this way. Yesterday, our Jagatarini read something from this book, Light of the Bhagavat, where Prabhupada has described, for spiritual realization, one has to purify the heart and know things in their true perspective. As soon as one does this, the flow of one's natural affection begins to glide towards the Lord. And with the progress of this flow, one becomes more and more self-realized in various relationships with the Lord. Note, Srila Prabhupada is comparing here the flow, the awakening of divine aspirations, the divine feelings with a flow, a river. And you enter this river really of this flow of divine aspirations when you contact these powerful udipans that Krishna has left for his devotees to meditate upon. So we have heard from Rupa Goswami how he wants to meditate about the light from the nails of Krishna's lotus feet. We have gone to the Bhagavatam where we followed Akrura's journey and how he actually became awakened in his Krishna consciousness by seeing the footprints of Lord Krishna in the dust. This was the Udipan. Footprints, light from the toenails. These are all Udipans. And we have heard about the parikshate, the test. We have to give up our fear. Vitaraga Vaya Krodha. Krishna speaks about this in the past. Many great souls have developed love for me by giving up Bhaya, fear and anger and attachments also. No? This dams the flow of our love for Krishna, our attachments to this world, our fears to give up these attachments, and also our anger when we are frustrated on our spiritual path, our bitterness, that keeps the flow of love from flowing. Be very careful also when you are in a spiritual movement, that you are not overcome with disappointment and fear. 4 days ago, I spoke with one devotee who was very angry, very bitter about his experience. And I told him, you need to let go of the bitterness if you want to come to that which cures all problems. That is the love for Krishna. Good. So you all are ready to meditate, or I hope you're ready to meditate. Let's not just talk about these things. Let's do it. I have seen 2 participants raise their hands. I will come to you, but please, now we need to meditate. In Tamil, there's interpretations, translations in Tamil and 3 languages available. Go to the language, click, and we will start in a moment. All right. I will tell you confidentially or personally, I have to now calm my mind, because as you can see, I'm very enthused by the subject matter, which is today there, the Udipans, where Rupa Goswami meditates about this light from the toenails. It could be any other things which we can meditate on, but we will stay here. I have to calm down. So I will help you also to calm down. I request you to find a comfortable sitting place. Sit straight, and when you are ready, please close your eyes. Become aware of your feet and your legs up to your sitting bones, and relax. Direct your attention to your lower and upper back. Relax. 2 shoulders. The arms and the hands. Relax. The back of your head. Top of your head, your forehead and face. Relax. Appreciate how your entire body, from the feet up to your face and the facial muscles, very relaxed. Now, bring your attention to your breathing. Breathe. Sorry. Breathe in and out, and be perfectly present to your breath. When you breathe in, you follow your ingoing breath, and you breathe out, you follow your outgoing breath. Make a few deep breaths and try to lengthen your exhale. Whenever you exhale, go over the edge where you normally stop and exhale a bit longer, a bit more. This will automatically deepen also your inhale. Good. Now, as you breathe in, breathe into the heart space. Direct your attention to your heart as you breathe in. Imagine you breathe through your heart now. And there in your heart, envision the sun. Now envision the moon. A moon on a full moon night. Now envision an energetically fully burning fire. Next, envision the divine self-manifested abode of Vrindavan. That Vrindavan defeats the effulgence of millions of suns. It is brighter than millions of moons, and brighter than many, many fires. There are trees and creepers, filled with many fruits and flowers. We have seen these flowers in the videos, and everything showers spiritual happiness. The birds, like the cuckoos, sing sweet songs on the fifth note, and everywhere one hears the sound of Krishna's enchanting flute. This flute satisfies the ears of all beings. In the shining land of Vrindavan, there's a temple composed of jewels. And on an effulgent throne within this temple sit Sri Sri Radha Govinda. They accept service from their beloved Sakhis, the gopis. The feet of Radha and Krishna are clearly visible. And from the nails on their toes, a particularly effulgent, soothing and gentle light comes forth. Please place these lotus feet with the effulgent nails in the core of your heart and worship by singing the holy names to them. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Please do a few deep breaths now. And do come back to computer awareness. Usually we say room awareness, but here we try to create a room through the computer, a sacred space. So this was Rupa Goswami's 32nd verse. He addresses Radha and Krishna, O ornament, crown ornament, topmost ornament of all the sweet people of Braj. This person, Jana, Jana means someone who has taken birth. That's my only qualification. This person prays to you. May the moonlight from your toenails astonish my eyes, if only for a moment. Jana means a short moment. I hope it worked for you, the meditation. You could have an impression of light in the heart, which was removing whatever darkness in conditioned life or troubles or whatever is there. Tomorrow we will hear one of the most astonishing verses. There are like two verses who say the same things, but we will focus on one entirely, which will give you some chamatkar, some feeling of surprise. I will have to end here, and I'm so regretful. I could not. I have to end here. I know that there are questions, but I have to end because, see, the thing is, devotees have set aside a certain time, and it would be really not good for Jagatarini class, which I want everyone to attend, like all the other classes, of course. It's best if one goes through the whole experience. And then devotees would have to, because they have made appointments for the day, would have to leave early. But I will have a conversation with Prashanta on the mobile telephone because I have an idea how we can deal with these questions which are left over. So don't feel sorrow in your heart. Maybe we find a solution. Prashanta, you are listening, so when the video is on, I will just phone you for 1 minute and we will see if my idea is possible. Good, so let me end here. Thank you all very much and see you tomorrow for another amazing verse from Rupa Goswami's Utkalika Valari. Hare Krishna.
Hari Hari, Hari Krishna Satchinanand Maharaj. Thank you very much. We immediately enter another meditation. We are going back to Ter Kadamba for the celebration of Radhastami, and the video is entitled A Call for Mercy.
Pashandyaham maho nityam paraparadha dharmaka kshamasvamam hare radha dehi me sadhu dharmakam. I am a Pashandi, a heretic, hypocrite, impostor, offender. To offend others is my nature. Oh Radharani, please forgive me. Please change my nature. Please make me into a saintly devotee. forgive me. Please change my nature. Please make me into a saintly devotee.
Hare Krishna. May Srimati Radharani turn us into better devotees. This is our aspiration. And should we return to Vrindavan? It's a very dangerous place. Jagatarini Mataji, are you here? Jagatarini?
Unmute.
You are muted. Okay.
Is that okay?
We can't hear you very well.
Oh, 1, 3. Sri Radhaman Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Can you hear me when I'm speaking into the microphone?
Excellent. It was my volume which was down.
I
Sorry.
can't hear you either.
I'm fine. We can hear you now.
I couldn't hear. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Good. But
you hear
now
me
we
now?
can't see you. Yes. She's not hearing us or something.
Hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can
Can
you
you
hear me
hear
loud
us?
enough?
Yes, it is.
It is loud enough.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you
okay,
turn
just a
your
moment.
video on? Good. No. Good. All
Is that
good.
on now?
Yes.
Is this better? Is this better?
Yes,
this
this is
better?
good. Yes, please start speaking.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
This is okay, no? Yeah. It's good, Mataji.
Okay. Just a moment. My apologies.
So much music.
Is that still good? Prashanta, can you hear me now? Yes?
Yes, we
Yes?
can hear you perfectly.
I'm sorry?
We can hear you perfectly.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nivasesha Sunyavadi Vaskatya Deshatarane Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivas Adi Gaura Bhakta-vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So last night we began by hearing about Vrindavan, and what is considered dangerous and why. Normally, when we're faced with any sort of danger, we become very frightened and we try to defend ourselves. But in Vrindavan, that response is not required. Rather, we are always being offered a different choice, namely that of seeking protection from Vrindavan. This is a very deep subject and something that we cannot speak of in a few sentences, but it is of vital importance to one who understands the sober nature of the dangers that Vrindavan kindly offers. We also heard about Srila Prabhupada and how he was living so simply and so austerely at that time, with deep humility and also with dedication. He was accepting everything as Krishna's mercy. He was working hard and he was not wasting even one moment. The cultivation of human spirit, the cultivation of human spirit, which was his presentation for Japan, included 48 illustrations and words of description for every one. And when the opportunity to go to Japan failed, he was disappointed, but he was not discouraged. He had already written the text, and so he cleverly presented his work as a draft of a lecture and sent it the following year to a magazine run by the Aurobindo Ashram. I would like to share 3 illustrations from this Light of the Bhagavatam, which I found they affected me, they struck me. So please hear, whilst picturing in your mind a sadhu, an elderly, respectable gentleman living in a small, plain room with the barest of necessities, and yet fully alive in his service. He travels, he writes, he prints, he distributes, and he collects the funds for his printing all by himself. And at nearly 65 years old, he is preparing for a mission that he has not yet begun. See him writing by perhaps candle or oil lamp, or the bare light bulb in his room. In the early morning, until you hear the sound of the early rising Vaishnavas who are taking their bath in the Jamuna about 100 meters away. Please listen to his words with this idea, with new ears, because he will share some of his realizations from the Bhagavatam and also from Vrindavan. Listen to him as he shares his revelations about the frogs of Vrindavan. The verse, on hearing the sound of the torrential rains, the frogs come out from the mountain caves and they begin to chant like brahmacharis who chant the Vedic hymns by the order of the spiritual master. Prabhupada says, in this age of a godless civilization, the sages of world-recognized religious sects who believe in God must come out of their secluded places and preach the science of God, the supreme will, to all the people in general. Hindus, Muslims, Christians, and the members of the other sects who have convincing faith in the authority of God must not sit idly now and silently watch the rapid growth of godless civilization. There is the supreme will of the Lord, and no nation, no society, no one can live in peace and prosperity without acceptance of this vital truth. Srila Prabhupada was not so much interested in sitting alone in Vrindavan and performing his bhajan. He wanted to rouse up all the religious people of this world, all of them to join together and somehow face the overwhelming increase of materialism and atheism. It sounds pretty challenging, but some people might even say it was impossible. But anybody who met Srila Prabhupada knows that he would tell you that impossible is a word in a fool's dictionary. Now let's hear the picture that came to him from writing about this verse. The colorful greenery of the newly grown grass and the seasonal flowers, the frogs' umbrellas and the butterflies, and the variegatedness of the rainy season perfectly represents a well-to-do family absorbed in vanity over their personal assets. Now, Srila Prabhupada will tell you about something that he personally has witnessed. He writes, a rich man displays his opulence in various colorful ways. He has a good residential bungalow with sufficient property and a well-trimmed garden. The bungalow is decorated with the up-to-date furniture and carpets. There are motor cars with dazzling polish and a radio set for receiving and broadcasting colorful news and melodious songs. All these captivate their proprietor, as though he were in a dreamland of his own creation. With the same man, when the same man was as dry as the fallow land in summer, and had none of these opulences. He was plain and simple in his behavior. But since obtaining all these material means of enjoyment, he has forgotten the principle that everything in this world comes and goes away like the changing seasons. This was Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj speaking, speaking perhaps of his own experience. And certainly he had seen the changing seasons of the fortunes of people, historic people, famous people of his time. He also commented on the verse about the mountains. Again, perhaps from his personal perspective. Try to hear his urgency. Mountains, although being struck by torrents of rain during the rainy season, are not shaken, just as those whose hearts are dedicated to the transcendental personality of Godhead are never disturbed, even when harassed by great misfortune. His realizations on this point. Because a person who is spiritually advanced accepts any adverse condition of life as the mercy of the Lord, he is completely eligible to enter into the spiritual kingdom. He is completely eligible to live in Vrindavan. Even though a person takes to the devotional service of the Supreme Lord, he may sometimes become diseased, impoverished, or disappointed by life's events. A true devotee of the Lord, and here is the message for us, because we're seeking, trying to become true devotees of the Lord. So he says, a true devotee of the Lord always considers these sufferings to be due to past sinful activities. And thus, without becoming disturbed, he patiently awaits the mercy of the Supreme Lord. So we heard about the tests that were given to Sukadev Goswami. And the tests that were given to Srila Prabhupada really put him to the sword. He tried in so many ways to go to America. He said sometimes, I am dreaming of New York City. He so much wanted to go, and yet time wasn't yet ripe. And he had some other things that had to be accomplished before it was time to leave. So he says, such devotees, I think perhaps he is speaking, of course, without speaking proudly, but I think we can understand that he's speaking of himself. Such devotees are compared to high mountains, which are never agitated in any way, even when struck by powerful torrents of rain in the rainy season. Rather, such devotees remain humble in spiritual enlightenment, free from pride and envy. They easily gain the mercy of the Lord and go back to home, back to Godhead. Now, it's not that we haven't heard these words before from Srila Prabhupada. We've heard them many, many times. Yet, when you place them in the context of Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, recently given sannyas, struggling alone, serving alone, never becoming discouraged, although he may be disappointed, they may draw something from your heart as well as something from your head. Whether or not we can act on them, we still need his words to deeply touch us. When we visit Vrindavan, we need the desire to know Krishna to grow. The desire to know Krishna must grow. Otherwise, we haven't really visited Vrindavan. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur says, it is only when we receive the spiritual sight of Krishna that we can understand that his service must, by necessity, be the sole aim of our lives. Searching for happiness is a function of the soul. It's not our mind and our body and our personality and our type and our temperament that is searching for happiness. These are like our coverings, but this yearning for something, craving for something, that's coming from us, the soul. When the desire for happiness awakens within our minds, we try to enjoy the objects of this world. But Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur says very starkly, but this world is not made for our enjoyment. You can't actually be happy here. This is me speaking now. You can't be happy here. Either you're unhappy or you're happy. If you're happy, you won't want your happiness to end. If you're unhappy, you'll wish that your unhappiness would end, but you won't want your happiness to end. But they all keep going like those changing seasons. So therefore, by definition, we can't be happy here. This world is not made for our enjoyment. Vrindavan is made for our enjoyment. Vrindavan is made for our enjoyment. That is the supreme reality. By using things of this world correctly, we can satisfy our longing for happiness. Now, I want to share with you a description of that transcendental Vrindavan and Krishna. If you like, you can close your eyes and try to see a picture of this in your mind. Every morning during the rainy season, Krishna remains inside. Every morning during the rainy season, Krishna remains inside with his parents, and the cows stay in the Goshala until the rain stops. Krishna reciprocates with his parents by allowing them to cuddle and caress him. However, as soon as the sky clears, he runs to collect the cows and proceeds to the forest along with Balaram and the other boys. During the rainy season, the peaceful green fields look charming under the deeply blue, cloudy sky. It seems as if the sun has retreated to a distant place and fallen asleep. All the miseries of the hot summer season have disappeared. Krishna and the boys see the beauty of the forest personified as the goddess of the rainy season. The fresh, dark, rain-filled clouds were her effulgent blue garments, and the rows of splendid restless cranes adorned her throat as a pearl necklace. The iridescent fanned tails of the dancing peacocks were her beautiful hair. The rumbling of the clouds filled the forest with the sound of her delightful voice. The fragrant air, laden with the scent of flowers, was her breath. In the form of tiny raindrops, her gentle face was moistened with tears. She waited eagerly to present Krishna with fragrant garlands made from the tiny malati flowers of her dangling creepers. Millions of Indragopas, or tiny little red insects, crawled all over the ground, and they were the red footlac that colored her delicate feet. Thus the goddess of the rainy season pleased the entire world with her beauty and her sweetness. Overflowing with affection, she desired to serve Krishna in every possible way. Just as one gets relief from the scorching heat of the summer by taking the proper medicine, the Vrajavasis delighted with the appearance of the refreshing rainy season. They felt that time, in the form of a magnanimous physician, had awarded them with the wealth of the rainy season. This season brought supreme satisfaction to the playful prince of Braj. What more can I say? During this time, the cows ambled lazily along under the shady trees, while Krishna beautified the scene by sitting nearby on the root of a tree and singing a wonderful song. The cows looked lovingly at Krishna while munching the plentiful grass. Becoming fully satisfied eating the lush foliage, they moved very slowly. They walked peacefully here and there without any disturbance. And the constant swinging of their tails created a marvelous scene of pure, effulgent beauty. Upon filling their bellies, the cows lost all desire to eat, and they rested amidst the soft, cooling grass and slowly chewed their cud. Turning their gentle faces towards Krishna, they glanced at him with love and gratitude. And Krishna took great delight in seeing them. As the cows rested, Krishna and his friends absorbed themselves in playing ball with the kadamba buds of the kadamba trees. And meanwhile, exhilarated with joy, the clouds raced across the sky and broke into small pieces and gradually disappeared. Due to the increasing heat of the day, attractive pearl-like drops of perspiration formed on Krishna's lotus face. Although tired from playing, Krishna looked radiantly beautiful. On one auspicious occasion, during the rainy season, the cows were grazing on the fresh green grass growing in the beautiful valley beside Govardhana. And Krishna sat on a throne made of smooth stones next to a waterfall flowing with fragrant water from the top of Govardhana Hill. Enjoying the atmosphere, he laughed and joked with his friends who played a game using some small, dark crystal stones. Then the boys began to push and shove each other when a lightning bolt suddenly struck from the clouds. It was as if the clouds cast an angry look just to stop the boys from fighting. Becoming frightened, the boys ran away. But then, upon regaining their courage, they returned. Again, the clouds loudly thundered once more, and once more the boys ran away again. Then, grabbing some branches and creepers from the trees, they waved them wildly in retaliation, pretending to beat the clouds. And the clouds responded by drenching them with a quick downpour. When it rained, Krishna took shelter in the caves of Govardhan. Sitting there, waiting for the rain to stop, biding his time, he looked like a beautiful baby elephant. The boys entertained this charming, enchanting person by playing games of shouting loudly into the cave and laughing at the echoes that reflected back with deep, angry sounds. They said, "Who are you? Who are you? And what are you saying? Who are you?" And suddenly the cave filled up with a great clamor. Ordinarily, it is not very good to mistreat a giver of shelter. However, this irreverent behavior did not fault the boys, but it allowed them to please Krishna. Indeed, they blessed those caves with their presence. At such times, the joyful boys would paint designs on Krishna's face and body with colored mineral powders. And they would surround him and happily dance for his pleasure, while Krishna floated on a river of happiness. A rich fragrance of musk saturated the entire atmosphere. During the rainy season, Govardhana Hill is full of incredible beauty and many sorts of fresh fruits and edible roots. Although Vrindavan simultaneously encompasses all the seasons at the same time, and hence always provides the opulence of all the varieties of flowers and fruits. Nevertheless, when the dates or the jumble fruits ripen, those fruits are especially abundant. Krishna relished the taste of all the items brought by his friends, whose hearts surged with happiness. And thus Krishna enjoyed his pastimes on Govardhana Hill. Meanwhile, outside the cave, it appeared that the rain smiled with teeth of hailstones falling everywhere. Krishna's young friends ran outside to pick up all the particles of ice and bring them back into the cave. And with hands folded in a pushpanjali, they offered the hailstones as flowers to Krishna's lotus feet. When the rain stopped, Krishna and the boys left the cave and ran to the top of Govardhana Hill, where Krishna sat peacefully on a beautiful emerald rock that glittered brightly, having been washed by the rain. His friends fanned him with pure white chamaras, filling the air with the fragrance of musk. Enchanting tunes and melodies echoed throughout the forest as Krishna played his flute. Then, twirling the edge of his yellow cloth, while admiring the remarkable combination of sky and land and forest, and glancing around, Krishna called his cows. Hey, Davali, Kali, hey, Shavali. And mooing in response, the cows came running across the valley to stand close to Krishna. Due to their heavy weight of their udders, they moved in a crooked manner. And yet, as they got closer to Krishna, they galloped all the more quickly and trampled the grass under their hooves. Crying and mooing, the cows assembled around Krishna, and he addressed them. Do not stay any longer. The cows respected the Lord's order, and they immediately proceeded to the valley. As Krishna walked home, it seemed as though he stole the minds of the various birds and beasts who could not go with him. Thus, throughout the rainy season, Krishna and his cowherd boyfriends enjoyed various fun-filled pastimes along with the wonderful cows of Brindavan. With great anticipation, the Vrajavasis awaited the return of Krishna and the cows. First, they saw the dust clouds in the distance created by the hooves of the cows. And then they heard the cows bellowing and saw the gopas coming behind. And finally, they beheld the bright blue effulgence of the jewel-like Prince of Braj. Overwhelmed with desire to lick their calves, the cows tried to run, but the heavy weight of their milk bags checked their forward movement. Upon hearing Krishna's flute, they produced a pleasing sound as they entered into Vrindavan. The entire city had been bathed in the rainy season's showers. And after the rain, the proud peacocks, famous for their dancing ability, strutted about on the rooftops of every home with their long, thick green tails fanned out to dry in the sun. The splendid flags flying throughout the city like tender green leaves intensified indicated the intense joy felt by the residents of Vrindavan watching Krishna return. The heavy downpour produced mud puddles that were lying here and there, and the water mixed with sandalwood rushed through the city and bathed the feet of Krishna and the cows as they returned. Entering the palace, Krishna sat down to eat a variety of palatable foods. And after being lovingly fed by Mother Yasoda, he lay down to rest on a bed with sheets as white as powdered camphor. The buzzing of the bees hovering around filled Krishna's bedroom with a melodious sound. And thus, while enjoying the sweet fragrance of the aromatic herbs and dried flowers stuffed in his pillow, Krishna slowly fell asleep and passed the night. Here we see how everyone in Vrindavan simply wants to love Krishna, and in turn, he wants to also love and please them. Although it is inconceivable, although we are fully committed to this world as reality, Vrindavan is calling us and telling us that this is the place that we can truly call home. Srila Prabhupada worked tirelessly to provide access to Vrindavan. He said, the glories of Krishna nobody can understand. Similarly, Vrindavan, the land which is known as Vrindavan, also has unlimited potency. When you go to Vrindavan, you will find unlimited spiritual atmosphere there. This was Srila Prabhupada's burning desire on behalf of the full line of our Guru Parampara, the six Goswamis, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and Radha and Krishna themselves. They want us to pass our tests, and they want us to make our way as quickly as we can to the shelter of Sri Vrindavan Dham. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Jagatarini Mataji, for this very meditative session, placing our mind in Vrindavan. We are coming towards the end of our retreat day. Before Sachinandan Maharaj and Brindavan Prabhu return, I want to remind you, if you have any questions, please check the chat. You will find a link there, a Google link, through which you can submit your questions. Please do so before tomorrow evening. Yes, the link. Sachinandan Maharaj, Brindavan Prabhu, are you there?
I think so.
Okay. Please take over.
Yes, now I think I should be audible. Is this true? Can you hear me, Prashanta?
Yes, good.
Good. Good. The day come to an end. We started out our journey with these most beautiful videos. I'm trying to remember the first video, but at the moment my mind is overwhelmed by these wonderful photos of Srila Prabhupada in Vrindavan. Really, if you have missed this this time, there's always a slideshow, I think it was yesterday also, with rare photos, which I personally have never seen, of Srila Prabhupada walking through the land of Vrindavan. It's really very nice. Then we had a video, then Bhagavatam Prabhu told us of the second test of Sanatana Goswami. I'm sorry, I'm so filled with nectar, where he walked over the coal-like glowing sand of the beach because he did not want to take the shorter way where he would contaminate with his, because he was ill in his body, the Brahmins and the servants of Lord Jagannath who would walk in and out of the temple bringing coconuts and preparations and various items for worship. We followed Rupa Goswami's description and had a meditation about the glowing, effulgent, moon-like rays coming from the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna. And then we heard again a wonderful presentation of Jagatarini Mataji, where she really brought us right into Vrindavan Dham through the images which Srila Prabhupada had described in light of the Bhagavatam, and described to us what the rainy season was like and what Krishna experienced in the rainy season. It all ended with Krishna going to bed on a cushion filled with flowers and herbs and falling to sleep. In the same way, our Govardhana Retreat today will end here. We will rest the kata, but a few things need to be still done. First of all, a recommendation or suggestion what to do with these informations. I really request you to remain in the retreat space. Try to think about the inspirations you have heard today. There must be something that struck you, even if it is a realization that, wow, there's a whole world for you still to explore. I want to request you to do your little homework by turning to your altars, praying to Krishna, remembering something, praying that, yes, may our devotion for Radha and Krishna increase. also, there is something which we will, which I've reserved for tomorrow, but we have a wonderful news to break to you about holding future retreats in Vrindavan Dham. But I think we spare this for the end. For now, I want to just request you to sit down. We will make just a brief kirtan. And then our Burijan Prabhu, who is the transcendental voice of our Govardhana Retreat, will end it by requesting us to greet Vrindavan Dham from wherever we are by joyfully shouting a few wonderful jays. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham, Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham, Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham, Jai Jai Radhe, Jai Jai Shyam, Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham.
Sachidananda Maharaj, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Should we? Okay, everyone stand up. Even if there are cows and peacocks, we'll ask if any showed up today. Everyone stand up. Anymore, I can hear everyone unmute. We have to unmute the universe. First of all, are there cows? Can't hear any cows?
Huh? We are unmute.
Is everyone unmuted?
Yes, but they probably can't hear mine because they don't have a microphone.
There's a cow. There is a cow. Lots of cows. There's a land of cows. Okay. Okay. We're going to do to say Jai. Ready? Jai Jai Shri Radhe. Giriraj Maharaj ki
Giriraj Maharaj ki
Giriraj Maharaj ki jai. Jai Jai Shri
Giriraj Maharaj ki jai.
Jai Shri Radhe. Jai
Shri Radhe.
Cows were joining in. Even saying night. Hare Krishna Raj. Tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, everyone.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Tomorrow.
Krishna.
Oh.
Nanda Vrindavan.
Thank you all.
Reserve me a place next to you tomorrow. Hari Hari. Radhe Radhe. Hare Krishna.
Santa Mata Ji ki jai.
Jaya Jaya Radhe. Jaya Jaya.
Prabhupada
All
Prabhu.
glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hari
Bol.
Bol. Very good. Jai Jai
Jai Shri
Hari Vrindavan.
About Jagatayani Mataji.
Thank you so much, Jagatarini Mataji.
Thank you so much, Madam.
Thank you. Dachinani Maharaj, Jagatayani Mataji, Prashandi Mataji, Step and
Try to open the door. Yeah, very much so. Keep open once the door.
All right, we see everybody's happy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam. Very good.
Thank you.
Haribol, Haribol, Haribol.
Glory, special, special place basically.
Thank you so much, Prasanta Mataji.
Hari Hari.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
Thank you, Prashanta.
Thank you so much, Prashanta Mataji.
Hey, Anandamayi Radha ki jai. Hari Bol.
Mataji ki jai.
Thank you, Mataji. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Mataji.
All right, we see you all tomorrow.
All right, Prashanta, have that. Have nice prasad and go to bed.
That's what Maharaj told me on the phone call.
Yeah, to follow his instructions. Hari Hari.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hari Bol.
Hari Bol. Hare Krishna. All the best.
That's right. Three more with.
Have a look. Yeah. Oh, okay. But you can't have something going on
You had the fan. But I say you want to get your sound sorted. Was it no good? No. No, like it took time.
You can end the meeting.
Stuff going on, something going on.